Alright. I do believe that we are good to go. Let me turn down the music a touch. There we go. Okay. Bah. Hello everybody. Welcome. It is time once again to do a stream. I am super intrigued by this game, and apparently there is a bucket that we can find. So yeah, today the plan is to play more Stanley Parable. Hello, welcome. Yeah. So real quick. So I boot everything up before I start streaming, right? And one of the things that, okay, so every time I boot up the game, which is a whopping twice so far, it tells me to program in the time. Like it asks me what time it is, and I have diligently entered it in every time. And today I got a message from the game thanking me for actually taking the effort to put in the actual time. Apparently most players just leave the time at midnight and then they just play the game. So the game actually thanked me for putting in the time. Like both times that I've been time is gameplay, right? So yeah, it thanked me and it said next time I boot up the game, I should just put in what my favorite time is instead of the actual time. So, I don't know, that was just a pretty good, like, thing, but it happened before you guys were watching the game, so I figured I would tell you about it. But yeah, this game is wild, right? It's so weird. So yeah, like, I don't know how many of you have played it, but apparently it can obviously pull the system clock. I mean, maybe. It said that it couldn't tell what time it actually was, so maybe it was lying, maybe it wasn't. But yeah, I just thought that was a really interesting thing. But yeah, it is a lovely Wednesday. How are you guys today? It's part of the gameplay element? Ah. You're doing bad? Aw, I'm sorry. May I offer you a stream with a trippy game to help with that? Today, I actually got a lot done today. I'm rather proud of myself. So I actually went to the store this morning. I woke up and I actually went out of the house. Ooh, big thing, right? Anyway, but I got some drugs. So my allergies are not as bad today. I can actually breathe. It's wonderful. Who knew? Who knew that breathing would be so nice? But anyway, brought your cat to the vet? He's no longer... Aw, yay! Good! That's fabulous! Excellent, excellent. Well, like allergy drugs. Don't misquote me on that. Like, allergy drugs. Allergy drugs. I'm taking steps to take care of myself. That one. Yeah. Nice. I really need to get back into my Japanese lessons, for sure. I haven't done that in a couple of months now. There's just a lot going on and a lot to do. I also worked on a commission today as well. I'm actually really happy with it so far. It's top secret for now, but I'll probably share it later. Anyway, shall we get started with the game today? I've actually been okay, let me set up the stuff for the game. But I've actually been putting a lot of thought into, like, future streams. And I actually kind of want to do more art. It's been a while since I've done an art. There we go. Okay. So I'm considering if I could do like a... Okay. Actually, I have a question for everybody. Do you like seeing streams that are just one thing, like one game, or like just art or something like that? Or do you like streams that you do one thing and then you switch and do something else? Faces are pretty tricky. So, drawing faces like the... You like streams where the streamer is entertained? Variety's good, but you like both types? Okay. 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 Well, I might try with a multi thing just to see how it works or not. Yeah. I mean, I was highly entertained by Jump King, but also very frustrated. But also that's it wasn't like 3 months, was it? But don't worry, we're probably not going to be going back to Jump King. Don't worry. Maybe. We might. We probably won't, though. But yeah, so I was just thinking, maybe I want to do art streams. Maybe I want to do a bit of an art and then switch and play games. I'm not sure. All right. So, okay. So about the game today, I am fine with spoilers and getting some help. I'll probably ask about it if I need it, but yeah, spoilers are fine. This isn't like a super story enriching game or anything like that. So yeah, the quest today is to find a bucket. And I don't know. It says begin the game, but am I picking up where I left off? I have no idea. Finding the bucket shouldn't be a problem. Well, I mean, good. Hopefully it won't be.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee.
Okay, so this is the intro again. Is this the start of the game again?
His job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
I'm still deeply
Orders came to
concerned.
him
He
through a
just
monitor
pushes
on his
buttons?
desk, telling him what buttons to push.
And I assume
how
he
long
gets
to push
paid
them,
for this.
and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every
So there was like
and although
push
others
key
might have
button
considered it
for
soul-rending,
however long
Stanley relished
milliseconds.
every moment
Does
that
he know how to
pushed
calculate
though
milliseconds?
he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
Something very peculiar
Something
indeed.
he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
I would go
No one had showed
bonkers
up
if
to
I
give
had
him
nothing to do for an
instructions,
hour.
call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This
He must be highly
complete
valuable because he has his own
isolation.
room.
Something
Maybe.
was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
All right. Hey, I got an achievement. Welcome back. So we don't have the heaven on the computer. Does that mean that I haven't done anything yet in this one? I have no idea. But yeah, guys, so I was saying earlier, could you just sit for an hour and not do anything? I'm pretty sure that I would go crazy. I'm a person that I need to be doing things.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
For 1 hour, you could sit and do nothing for an hour.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
So, okay. So have I not done things? Does this game not save? Oh, it does. The new content. Wow, that's a big heckin' sign. I think we found it, guys. Only way to know is check the closet? He stared at the wall for many hours. You were in the military? Oh. For 90 minutes? Wow. I don't know how you guys deal with that at all. I can't do it. I really can't. I can space out for a long time, but then, I don't know. I feel like my hands always have to be, like, fiddling with something, you know? Like, have you guys ever seen the kneaded erasers? You can, like, they're like Play-Doh, but they're erasers. Like, I messed around with that, one of those, like, forever when I was in school. You went completely insane? Ah, well, that explains it. You either can't do nothing for an hour, or only do nothing for an hour. Fair. Well, we have a giant new sign here. Shall we go explore the new things?
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
I did.
Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Show me. Can I go over here? No. Is it an elevator? Is it darkness? It is just darkness. The elevator. We got it. We got it again. Okay. All right, what are we in for today?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable.
Have you?
And about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be.
I don't know, the
original
museum was a
Stanley
thing.
parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
2? Wait, there's a 2?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I didn't even know I wanted this, but now I desperately crave to know what's going to happen. The memory zone was already his construction in the canon? Ah. I don't think I can click on anything over here. I keep looking at these bags. Like, okay, playing BioShock Infinite, I'm like, these bags are full of money. I better, like the Silver Eagles. I better snap that up. But that's not this game. That's not how we do. I don't know. A pie on the... I think it's like a fancy ashtray. Or like a fancy bowl to hold like... push pins. I don't know, something like that. But yeah, so we have this rope. Why does this one not go to anything? It just seems weird, right? Is that just me? Like, you could unhook this. I don't know why that bugs me so much. Maybe it's because this whole area is, like, really nice and cleanly laid out, and they just have this rope just hanging there, right? The rope is the weird thing in the game? Yes. Yes, it is. Nothing else. Everything else was perfectly normal, standard office stuff. The end is never the end. Again. 427. It's me! Investor Showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
Oh, yeah.
Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
The review thing that was before this. Okay. I start streaming at the same time as another? Whomst is the other? We'll have to fight it out or something. Actually, no. There are so many good streamers. Like, I honestly try to watch as many streamers as I can. There's just so many cool people. I quite understand how difficult it is keeping up with everybody. Stanley Parable 2? Is this just 2 in different languages? Yes. The tasteful sequel. Still does not give me beverage, though. Did I try these doors? I don't think so. Nope. We do stream at the same time. Wow. Okay. Is this just the Windows background? Off painting K? What a lazy picture. What is this? It's like they just slapped... They didn't even full screen the picture on this display. Amazing. Post-it notes. You guys thirsty? We were both streaming Bioshock 1? Really? Wow. Wow. What does it say? Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. Okay, so we can go that way. This way does not appear to lead to anything. We have another Windows thing. Why is it like this? I guess let's just keep on keeping on. Okay. This is a very nice place, I must say. There's a computer with a burb on it. Look, it's a burb. The iBurb. New content is out. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. I see. The new hotness. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. Have I? No. This should be exactly as it has been for the past couple of streams. The mouth rigging. Why does it look different? It shouldn't be. The new mug. Very nice. Concept art is just a circle with some stains on it. I don't know if you guys can see that. This concept art is not very concept-y. Let's see. Paradigm shift? The G is silent in that, isn't it? Weird. Paradigm shift, synergy, brick and mortar approach, envelop, client-centric marketing. The color red, very important, the color red. Leverage holistic value? What? I don't think that's how that works. The stairs. I don't think that's how that works. I don't think that's how that works at all. Stanley Parable 2. What is with these posters? They're really heckin' hyping this up. They really are. It's got updated computers though, so that's cool, I guess. Logo ideas. Thanks for attending my meeting. I know, right? It's weird. Why are they hyping something that's in the game?
I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
I feel like that's not how that works. I feel like that's not how that works at all. But we'll humor the narrator. We'll go along with his little scheme. Maybe he'll have come up with something good, right? This way to the show floor, okay. The end is never the end again. You don't see the G, just a pair of dimes? Game design, I mean, it definitely can be weird, fuzzy magic. That's true. What is this drawing? What is that? Does he not have a mouth? Who took the red marker? Me. Okay, that's really good. Meeting plan. At goo o'clock, it is time for a scrum. 10 o'clock, a design pitch. 11:30 is a break. You only get 5 minutes for a break. Number 2 chat? What? I can't click on any of these doors. Reminds me of the time E3 and Devolver went, here's a game to advertise stuff. I actually kind of looked at that. I kind of want to play it. It's a weird first-person shooter thing. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. Is that true? What is that? Crab, the ultimate sequel. I wish I could zoom in on that. That's such a good poster. I like crabs. They're delicious. Meeting at 2 p.m. I wonder if working with this would be really annoying. Like, there's just something unsettling about how they don't have anything, but it's like super like drawn out and stuff. Every pause button is a Roman numeral too. Wow. This way, to the show floor. They already have a show floor, do they? And a bus? New features. Expo Hall number 2. What is this? All of this is roped off. Okay, I guess we're just meant to keep walking through then. Do we slalom through the cabling for some reason? Does this mug say who farted? Does it really? What? Okay, that looks very impressive. It really does. I want to walk up along those paths.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Can I jump? No. The bucket! The reassurance bucket! Oh. New features for the game. Alright, what have we got? T-shirts? Is this actual merch? I would assume. This might be actual merch. The end is never the end. This t-shirt is the best new feature. I saw the new content. Okay. Let's have a look over here. There is a QR code. Did you want to look at the QR code? Here you go. Maybe. Office decorations, Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Enjoy. Hear your name in the game. I don't know if I want that. Do I want that? I mean, I guess we could have a look.
For the Stanley Parable 2,
why did you lock me in here?
What do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
So... Is it gonna read out my Steam name? Is it gonna call me Stanley? Too big. I can't click it. Too small? Just right. Road to the perfect button. I don't know, guys. This button is pretty impressive. Name. Hear yours today. Man, they're really hyping this up. I have no idea how they're going to make this work. I guess we will find out. The button that says your name. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. I'm sure it's very exciting. Name.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go.
I do like buttons, I cannot lie.
Clear your mind. Forget who
Alright guys, we are all now officially Jim.
Jim. I want you to imagine yourself.
I shall
living
refer
as
to all of you as Jim from now
sleeping
on.
and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Wow.
Do you feel it deeply? Are you really?
Why are Jim's dreams crumbling into dust? You can get your dreams, Jim. You can do it.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim as in Jim. Like slap into a Slim Jim. Jim. Yeah. Are you prepared? Have you all embraced your inner Jimness?
Jim.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2,
Jim
it would
guy?
still
What?
be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
I am super underwhelmed. I think that's the point, though.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim.
Too much.
I'm putting the Jim button away.
Don't take it
Otherwise,
away.
soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
It just went right through the floor. Can we talk about that? How did that work? Well, that's boring. We had one thing. We had one thing that we could do, and they took it away. This was a headlining feature in Fallout 4? Wait, what? What? Really? Really? So is this a joke? Is this like a game dev joke then? Because, like, I think it's kind of funny that they're hyping all this up and it's whelming. But if it's like a joke within a joke, I guess that does make it quite a lot better, doesn't it? Okay. You heard Jim in the
I
game.
could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work
changed
of finishing
this.
this feature.
They changed it. The button that says Jim. Why is that one different? Epilogue? Please no screenshots. I'm gonna take a screenshot. A whole new office. I took a screenshot. I don't know if anything... Will it freak out if I do this? The baby is all grown up? Oh no. What is that noise? Red is the new orange. That's in game, right? Huh. The new updated ray tracing, more of the same, but in a good way. Okay. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. Is it? I wonder if I hit like print screen, will it freak out? No? What about screenshot? Screenshot does nothing. I would hope that it would, but... The jump circle? The infinite? Oh my. Okay, so what else we got? We got the bucket over there. Let's go... this way? Fast? Oh my gosh, there's so much to explore. Free, new and easy achievement. Let's try the achievement, why not? Stanley Parable 2. It's a dark, creepy achievement hallway, sure. Get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works. You've fallen into my trap. Hey, thanks for dropping by for a bit. I'm doing pretty good. Let's see. The vulnerable tuber? The venerable? Venerable. I think that says venerable. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. It's another, yeah, I know that it just works one. This is getting
something special.
progressively more creepy.
Test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you.
I feel like I'm about to get mugged. Where's the lever? Where am I? I guess this is it? Why is it so creepy? Why is it so creepy through there? Test achievement unachieved.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm no wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
It's so broken. Everything is so jank. It's amazing. The only thing you could be mugged for is my achievements. Look, I worked hard for those achievements. Okay, I don't think we can go that way. Alright, moving on. So far,
what else?
What
other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
I have been very whelmed. The jump circle. I have no more jumpings that I can do.
Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Mm-hmm. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative
Not my door
piece,
achievement.
then.
I worked hard for that. I don't have any more jumps. Okay, so we have been there. We haven't visited the infinite hole yet. Let's go visit collectibles, shall we? Can you find them? Can I find the collectibles? Collect them all. Whoa, what?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In
What?
the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's
What?
truly innovative
What?
is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
I think I'm walking toward it, but am I? I don't even know anymore. Yes, I am. Okay. Okay, I can't tell where I came from now. Are you guys ready? Moment of anticipation. I'm gonna collect it. I'm gonna do it. Are you ready? Ah. Oh no. Was that it then? Can I find them all? So, does that mean that there's more?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely.
I collected it! Yay! So, that was the thing. Maybe we'll find more. Okay. Can I collect this one too? That one might be a little big. Yeah, there is a bit of a delay between when you guys see it. Like, I say something, it's like a few seconds before you guys actually see it, and then there's like a delay with any sort of bits or anything like that. Some big pockets and some strong legs. I mean, have you met Stanley? He is well, he's grown strong from pushing buttons all day. Yes. Jump circle, this map, a free achievement, which is a lie. The button, that's also a lie. The merch, we've seen that. Let's see. Settings, world champion. What is that? Okay, where's the collectible? Is that through the archway? What is this settings world champion? What? Okay, we've been there. No screenshots. 344. What is that? What is in here?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. What would you go with?
Those are both horrible picks. Also, welcome, the Venerable Tuber. First time chatter, welcome. Have I gone in the infinite hole? I have not. I was saving that because I figured that would be pretty good, right? You have to play with the actual settings? Yeah. Choose the opposite of the one you want? Ah yes, plant. Couch and plant. The fabled 432. Did I have a choice? Oh, I did. Okay. Choose the opposite of the one that I want. I guess Get Well Someday is the one that I want, so I guess this one's blue. That's pretty good. Sure.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
So rude. So rude. But I appreciate that because I would have been... I suppose I would have been very displeased about. Oh, they changed this now. It's just going to be balloons
Or actually,
everywhere.
Maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Would have been nettled, yes, very much. But that's fine. We'll have some nice white balloons. Alright, it appears that we are right by the infinite hole. I'm curious. I feel like this is going to be not an infinite hole. Time and depth. Time like infinity, hole like infinity, space like infinity. This is a very helpful graph. Hole entrance infinity. There's just an arrow with science. This makes me feel very safe, very confident. Why does this look like skin? I feel like this probably shouldn't look like that, but it looks like skin. We all I mean, yes.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
An infinite hole, huh? Just right in the center of an office. Do we jump down? I think we might. It's probably not an infinite hole, right? Right? There's no guardrails. I guess they just want you to jump. I think I'm gonna do it. I'm deeply curious.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my
Whoa.
more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
So we can just fall for however long.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
Is there a
Do it on
bottom?
the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Well, since you want me to, I'm not going to. I'm very contrary
Okay,
like
Stanley,
that.
I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
Did you?
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity.
I'm
From
pretty
one
sure there's like
perspective, the
an
infinite
actual
is merely
definition from it.
philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good
I
for
found the
you.
bottom.
You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're
How
so
dare you.
clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling.
I
What
mean,
normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
look, if you make a claim, you gotta back it
Things
up,
got a little
dude.
heated there. I
This
think
this
we
is
both
your
said
fault,
some things we
Mr. Narrator
didn't
Man.
mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead
Yes.
and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Will he say anything else? I have no idea. Falling without consequence? Yeah. Can you imagine sleeping in 0G? All of your spines are lined up properly. You'll never have neck pain. You don't lay on your arm funny and wake up with it like asleep and tingly. Right? That would be so good. Observably infinite? Ah. Look, you have a whole bunch of spine bones that line up into one single spine. I'm not crazy in describing it that way. They shift a little bit out of line. You gotta put them right. Your bones will elongate in 0G. You can become taller in 0G? Your vertebrae? Yeah, those. All your vertebrae line up. Look, I don't know why you guys only have one spine, but maybe I have more than one. Okay, so we all need an infinite hole to fall down. That way we can sleep properly and we can get taller. Brilliant.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
I'm very whelmed so far about this sequel. There's a door there. Did you guys see that? I don't suppose I could get up to that. You lose muscle mass and bone density in 0G. I don't think I can get by here. That's a shame. I mean, wait, there's a roof on this now. Why is there a roof on this now? What? This was different before, wasn't it? You get taller, but everything gets more brittle. Ah, that's a shame. Do we jump in the hole again? I feel like it'd be the same, but maybe it'd be different. Let's find out. Let's find out. I'm curious.
Oh, for heaven.
Oh.
You see, I was right.
The problem is me.
The problem is that you like holes too much.
Oh, yes.
Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole.
You liar!
I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. All right. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
If you're not gonna take it away from me, we're doing it again. Now that I know there's more voice lines, yeah, man.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole.
Never saw it coming, did you?
This starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay.
It is way shorter.
I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
I feel
cheated. I'm
cheated.
starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
I don't want to help. I wanted to annoy him. Now I'm being helpful? What is this?
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, how is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
This is very disappointing.
Is the, teleport button
Teleport button's not working. I'm stuck.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose...
Is he being sassy with me because I kept jumping in the hole?
I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
What?
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley.
Fairly well, I
You and
guess.
the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Wow. I guess this is it, everybody. A little bit, yeah. I can't jump. For some reason I thought I could jump and I could get out of the hole, but no, I'm just stuck here now. Oh. Oh, is it going down? Oh. Yeah, I'll stay still. Hold on. Oh. Sweet music heading down. Nice. We'll watch the change perspective. Oh, look at that. Whoa. It's so dramatic. Wow. Change your perception? What have we got? Amazing. I can change the music. Am I feeling this one? Nah. What have we got this time? What's this one? Yeah, I'm not really feeling this one either. I'm also the one that's making the change to the beat, just for the record. Oh. 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 Oh, puppies! Yeah. It's a music video now. Change myself? I'm a robot! I'm upside down! Oh, that's horrific.
Stanley? Stanley?
Hi.
Stanley!
What?
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed
Ah,
off there.
what? I was
drifting
having
away into
fun.
dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley.
Come
Because this
on,
hole
why
is
not?
just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle-pip. All right, let's get the cat off my desk and move the beer away from my keyboard. There we go. Ah, why are we loading? What's happening? Yeah. Oh, we can't do it again? Man.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
There's a door up there. That was a wild ride, wasn't it? I was kind of enjoying the all the variations of things in the pit. We did not get to stay there though. Oh, there are stairs up. All right. And there's more. There's more. All right, what's this? What's this? I love all these pathways and things. I wonder if I'll get to walk along all of them. Hello, hello, welcome. What is? Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay. That's all this was? Okay, let's see. What haven't I done? We went over there. We did all of that. We have not viewed the bucket. We have viewed all of those things. Was there an up? I think there was an up. Let's go up. Right? The hole is pretty cool. We could do all settings world champion. What? So, okay, guys, who's played this game? What is the settings world champion? And also, I'm purposely saving the bucket for last. I have high expectations for the bucket. Adjust everything? So like this, or what was that, 72? I can't skip any numbers? Wait, to get this you have to go through every single slider option? What? What? So wait, all of these settings? All of them? Yeah. What is this game? Are they purposely trying to do things that like... Okay, so all the volumes would have to be 1 to 100. Is there any settings here? I don't think so. Are there any here? No. So I have to do 1 to 90 here. Really? All of them? So do I just do this, or do I have to back out of the menu? You might not need to do them all. The buttons too? What? Oh, there's so many options. Yeah. I mean, I want to know, but like I don't want to do that. That's just so tedious. What the heck? All right, chat. Do you want to see me adjust the settings for like several minutes? It's too hot? I'm sorry. Way more tedious than clicking a door 5 times. That was actually really funny. Okay. So we just have to adjust everything, right? Do I need to? Let's turn everything down 1, maybe? And let's turn this all the way up. Let's keep that on. Let's keep that on. Blah, blah, that's awful. Okay. Every number, though? I can't skip things? You can hold and slide the sliders and click through the options. And to hit everything? Okay, I don't have to confirm the settings? Okay, that helps at least. Do 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 do. Okay, well at least this way I can use the arrow keys, I guess. I skipped 3? What? I have to do the language too? What? Okay, we already did this. Okay, we did that one. Oh, geez, there's even more? Wait, where did I go? Look, you guys said all, but then you also said you didn't have to do all of them. I'm very confused about it. I will see the door when it opens, though. Is this peak gameplay? Is this peak content? What is even happening? Why am I doing this? Why am I wasting all of our times with this? Why are you guys letting me do this? This is so dumb.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
And now the thing is...
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I mean, I do want to see what's inside,
This
but
is-
like... Yes, 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 yes. My own hubris has brought us here. I mean, if you train for any sort of championship, obviously you're going to have some setbacks. The main thing that you're going to fight is yourself, and you're going to be full of doubts. It's just a thing. What is with all of these settings? I just have to flip through all of them, right? What do you mean? Where till I set the what? The what? Okay, I think we went around properly. Are we good? Do I have to change all of these too? Did we do it? I don't think I did it. Did I miss something? What? Why are we laughing? I missed stuff in general? Oh, did I? Field of view? I thought I got all these, but maybe I didn't? What is one-handed walking? I did get the volumes. I did do all the volumes. I did do all the languages too. I did the subtitle background opacity. The road to being a master is a tedious one, indeed. I should have done everything. Let me in, let me in. Why? Okay, so I have to do them in a very specific order. Is it because I did them out of order? Try walking away from the door. Okay. Let's try this. Let's try this one more time. Okay, so we need the field of view. Are you feeling it? Are you feeling the burn? We're in intensive training currently. Okay. Feel the mouse sensitivity. Is it because I'm resetting them to default after I change them? Mouse sensitivity, camera sensitivity, background. Oh, it shifted. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay. Background opacity? Subtitle background opacity. Okay. Settings World Champion! I just got the achievement! Yeah! Take that! We did it! Alright! Yes! Bah! Alright, peak gameplay! We got it! Alright, we're gonna go find our door now. Yeah! Alright!
I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting.
Drink it in.
Traveled
Drink it
to
in, everybody.
all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting. Something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Well, you know what we have to do now, right? Is there a bumpscosity in here? It is! There is a bumpscosity! Look! What does it do? I have no idea, but we can adjust the heck out of it, guys. They will never set the setting sliders to every possible setting. I am the champion. It is very true. It was made. This room was made just for me. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's beautiful. And I have a trophy. Settings World Champion. Yeah, I don't know what this does, but we can do it. We can have maximum bumpscosity. We have a whole room all to ourselves. Set it to 69. You know what? Good call. I cannot. I'm even using arrow keys. They don't even let me. That's lame. What the heck, man? Alright, well, we're gonna have full bumpscosity because we earned it. We heckin' worked for it, man. Alright. What other things can we mess up around this joint? Let's see. We have... There's an exit. Hey, it's me. Bumpscosity emote win. You know what? That's a very good question. The exit? Oh, it's this way. Okay. There's more things to look at, though, right? What is the letter K? The infinite hole? Okay, we've been there. Exit. We don't really want to exit as of yet. Collectibles, we've been there. We've been to the epilogue. Office decorations, we've been there. I think we've been everywhere except for the reassurance bucket. Let's go view our bucket, shall we? Let us start the quest for the bucket. It has a grand staircase leading up to it. I'm imagining this bucket is like the companion cube. Ooh, very fancy interior.
A common complaint of the Stanley parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it
A little bit,
engendered
yeah.
a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
Have you?
It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
Look
See,
at it
Stanley,
descend.
anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
No!
As long
No,
as
don't
you're
put it behind
holding the
glass.
bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
I can touch the bucket. They let me touch it.
Can you feel it?
I feel
The
calmer
glow
already.
of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma
More
as well?
charisma, you
I
say?
think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as
Wow.
a person.
Am I
The
more
benefits of the
attractive now
bucket
that I
seem
have
to
a
go on
bucket,
and on,
guys?
don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
You know, I just really need to make a whole bunch of emotes. Like, we have Blade Chan, we have Sir Galveston, we have the, what did I hold on to? There was something else in BioShock. I thought. But yeah, the lockpicks, the bucket. We just need, like, comfort items. We just need the comfort items in the emotes. The quantum melon! That's right! That's that other good one! Yeah. Wait, what was the number over here? 435? So there isn't a 432 here. Well, we have a bucket now, everybody. Am I stuck here? How do I... Okay, here we go. There we go. I feel...
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Okay, so I was told yesterday that this vastly changes how other endings happen. So, is there anything else to do, like, through here? The QR code? I mean, I guess I could look it up. Why not? Okay, hold on. Let's see. I just have to remember how to do that. I'm not very good with the technology, guys. Bum, 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 bum. Well, I don't think that's working. I'm not sure how to get that to work. See, I have a camera. Like, I was using my phone, but it wasn't popping up with anything. I feel like such an old person. I feel like I can't get the technology to work. Okay, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. Look, I don't have a super new phone or anything, so we might have to come back to that at some point. Okay, so I have the bucket. I've been all through here. Let's go to the exit, shall we? Oh, you want to snag the QR code? Okay. Here you go. We good? Are we done? Is this helping? I mean, I do have a smartphone, but I do not have the smart to go with the phone. Alright, we're gonna exit, and then I guess we're gonna see what else there is for us to do. Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to
yeah.
move on now?
I guess. You better let me keep my bucket, though. That's like extremely ominous, that picture. Does that not strike you guys as really ominous? Can't go up that way. Apparently we don't get to walk along all the cool things up at the top. But at least we have a bucket.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
They're
Yes, I know it's
rubbish.
Not exactly clear yet
Absolutely
how exactly
rubbish.
these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
No.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
The sad trombone.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of...
We have new jumps?
Hold on. Let me do
Oh.
a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Boing.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a
Wah,
coherent
wah,
video game at all. It's a lot
wah.
of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh. Oh. Okay, we have a whole new thing now, apparently. Sure, let's go. What have we got? Also, thank you for the DM. I'll have to look at that later.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
All right.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
The balloons.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley
that's a very good
relished
question.
every
I have
moment
no
that
idea.
the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this
I can do the Predator
this
thing too.
complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, let us go explore this. We have a picture now? What? We have a whole picture now. It's my hidden talent for the day, I guess.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided
What did
to
it
go
mean
to the meeting
indeed?
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
So, is this just the game again, but with balloons?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
So the office, or the picture in my office, I just thought it had like a frame like these other ones. Yeah, where's my bucket? It's the bucket! We found it! We've done it! The quest for the bucket. Look at it! Look at it!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
We have the bucket! Wait, there's a rope here now? Why is there a rope? Why does it do this? Okay, so now we have to remember everything that we did yesterday, but then we have to do it again. I guess let's start by you have no choice but to notice the bucket. That makes sense, yeah. Okay, so same thing that we did yesterday. We're gonna go ahead and listen to the narrator, at least at the start. I want to see how this changes.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
I did,
and
yeah.
entered the door on his left.
All right, guys, we're gonna plunge right in and go left. Do you have a sense of deja vu now?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
It's
Perhaps
true.
his boss's office was where he'd
I don't
find answers.
usually associate a metal item as being warm and comfortable, but I've been wrong before. Will the bucket enjoy the closet as much as me? We'll find out. I think all of this is like the same. It's open.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's
No.
as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
Wow.
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know
shall
how
not.
hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom
This bucket
closet
is
putting
mine.
on your shoulders right
I
now,
picked
but
it
you
up.
have to be strong.
It is my precious.
This is your bucket. This is
It
your
is mine.
companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has
Wow.
sunk that it has
Wow,
to resort
broom
to this
closet.
stream
I
of
thought we had
petty
something
insults
special.
simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall
Wow.
to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends.
How
That your
dare you?
relationship is purely
Broom
superficial and
closet, how
convenient,
dare!
That your life is so banal
I-
and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner. Well, I'd never.
I
Go
never.
on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
Look, just
Expand
because I
on
knew the
wide
broom
variety
closet
of
more, like
experiences
for
you and
longer,
the
doesn't
bucket
mean
have
that I'm
shared
going to be
together.
closer to
Go
it.
through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich
Wow.
emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years.
Do a swear?
Let him have it.
How was that? This broom closet is just a big old.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
I have a
There.
sticker!
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
I have a bucket.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on
Oh.
as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if
Amazing.
you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
It's a
There
bucket.
really is a wide variety of applications for this
I
sticker.
can't believe I get stickers. That's fabulous. Also, how did he put the bucket
You know
sticker
what?
on
I could
second,
take
but
the
it's under the other
name-calling
one?
and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be
So
honest, I'm sick
rude.
of the pettiness on
So
display.
rude.
You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Quite, yes. This broom closet. I'm tempted to sweep it all away. It needs to really clean up its attitude. Like, not even duct tape could fix the hurtful things the broom closet has said to me. It is true. So I'm guessing that since the narrator's waiting outside, if I go outside and then back inside, mayhaps something else will happen. No? Aw. Nothing? Nothing at all?
Coming to a staircase,
Ah,
Stanley
I
and
wasn't
the
fast
bucket
enough.
walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Man, we'll have to go back later. Okay, we're gonna follow the voice for now. I have some cool stickers. I'm rather happy about that, actually. Alright, what's this say? Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss... Oh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
I'm savoring. I'm enjoying. I'm enjoying immensely. I like following, like, or finding stuff like that. Okay, we've already seen this poem, though. Now I'm just wondering, like, where the other ones are, you know? Can I go in here? No. I guess let's... I'm feeling a little pale going into my boss's office. It's not bucket, it's a bouquet. Yeah.
Stepping into the office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
This
Even
bucket,
now,
it soothes
in
me.
its darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable.
I mean, they never
At
said
this
what
point,
was
Stanley was
inside
so
the
absorbed in the
bucket.
tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Is this a bucket? It is. You got sick in your bucket? Oh no.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 28. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket
The
guiding
bucket
him?
guides us.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I don't know why, but this reminds me of a joke. The bucket does, I mean. And I'm trying to remember the exact phrasing of it because it's a joke. It's a joke where the phrasing is very important. Let's see. So, okay, 3 people are trapped on, like, a lifeboat, right? And they had a package of cigarettes, and they wanted to smoke, right? Well, they couldn't. They didn't have any sort of matches or anything like that, right? Well, the first guy, he didn't know what to do. The second guy, well, he was also stumped. They couldn't really start a fire. Like, he had woodland training. He knew how to start a fire, but they didn't have any like wood or anything for him to start the fire. The third guy, though, he flicked his cigarette off the boat so that the boat became a cigarette lighter. How's that? Was that for a joke? That was pretty good, huh?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring him in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley.
The bucket is here for us,
Everything will be
guys.
fine.
Our name is Jim, though. I don't know why he keeps calling us Stanley. We are Jim now. I don't know why he keeps telling us that. So the question is, do I go up and down the elevator, or do I continue? I mean, we did it a certain way last time. I was too Jim? Look, he could say that, but...
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
All right, we're just gonna run through it, I think. Let's explore options later.
lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Oh no, it's all
Stanley and the
cable,
bucket both
and it's all
wondered to themselves.
infomercials. No! We'll be inundated with horrible, ads for kitchen gadgets we have no use for. They're so complicated and hard to wash. Whatever shall we do?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
No, I didn't. I would never
Everyone
drop
in the
this
office was
bucket.
being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst
Wait,
into
the
tears.
bucket burst into
Stanley
tears?
cradled it gently,
What?
reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Is the bucket alive? Is the bucket alive? What? Wow, you did me a panic right there. I thought that was like a random person trying to advertise that on my stream. That is a very fine line to walk, isn't it? Alright, let us continue on.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as
Whoa.
well? Had
Does the bucket have
been
a
told
mind?
to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
That is a very good question.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Going to Texas for a vacation? That sounds fun. Have an excellent time. Safe travels, and I will catch you when you get back. Playing games. Yeah. Infomercials. It is very fitting for the infomercials thing, for sure. If somebody else had done that, it would have been
He screamed
suspicious.
into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never. He squeezed the
But yeah, I
bucket
always try to
tighter.
read messages
His
like
one
that
friend
twice.
in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one.
Trust no one except the
for
bucket. But yeah, I do try to be very careful about
But here
messages,
was
for
the
sure.
proof. The heart of the operation. Controls
Whoa.
labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking,
Are they
eating,
labeled?
working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good.
Yeah,
Two
me and the
best
bucket.
friends, Stanley and the bucket,
Against the
up
world.
against the world.
Yeah.
They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Wait, is the narrator the bucket? There's no way. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. It's a good comment. It's funny. It's just I don't want advertisements on my stream. So it's like, but it's good. It's fine. Whew. But yeah, is it? I don't think the bucket is the narrator. There's no way, right?
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
All right, let's turn it off, guys. Freedom. Let's get that freedom. Me and the bucket against the world.
Stanley and the bucket
Oh.
waited in blackness.
Oh no.
Was it over?
Was it?
Yes, they had done it.
Oh.
Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped
I'm
through this
discussing
massive
things with the
door.
bucket, am
The
I?
bucket wanted to learn to roller skate.
Roller
Stanley
skate?
wanted to sneeze in every country on
That's
Earth.
adorable.
Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
What?
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
What?
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No!
The facility
No,
itself
what?
recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket.
Oh, no.
Would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
Wow.
No. Stanley can't leave this place.
Wow.
Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least,
Oh my
he
goodness.
has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Well, that's a heck of a twist. That got dark. Like, not just because there weren't lights, but like, the bucket is a portable hole. I mean, it is though, isn't it?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Oh, that's
he had simply
wild.
missed a word.
We have a plant.
No matter how
I didn't
hard
even
Stanley
realize.
looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
We had a plant.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office,
That's
but
new.
it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. You can miss the bucket this time. I don't know why you
Stanley lifted the bucket
would.
into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Hello? Okay, one. Fascinating. Okay. I have balloons? Can I pop the balloons? I don't think I can do anything with those. But yeah, I did notice the balloons like the first time. And it already has stickers! Yeah. Okay, so I think we might
Stanley clutched
ignore
bucket tightly
the
to his
narrator
chest
this time.
and entered the door on his left.
Or we could not? I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. There's so many options. But at least I have my bucket. Okay. Might want to head by the meeting room. Yeah, that's fair. I guess we could always deviate from the plan at some point. What was the setting called that was unlocked? It was bumpscosity. Yes. But yeah, I actually want to have a quick break and go grab something to drink, and then I'll be right back, and I guess we'll go to the meeting room. Just because there might be a figure in there. That might be good, right? So okay, before I leave. So there's actually an achievement. Did we find out what that was? Nope. We have no idea. But there's actually an achievement that you don't play Stanley Parable for 10 years. Like, why is that an achievement? Anyway, I'm gonna have a quick break. I will be right back. Let me also turn on some music as well.
Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all. He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything.
Sir,
This
I was
is
just
why
gonna go
Stanley
AFK.
and I are on such good terms.
What? Right. I'm gonna AFK. I'll be right back. Hopefully the narrator will not get too sassy with me whilst I'm away. That was not my music, no. I'll be right back.
Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all. He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
Well, apparently my plan to play music did not work. Anyway, I return. Hello. Hello again. Okay. apologies for the lack of things happening. I thought the music would play, but it did not. Did the narrator get more sassy as I was just standing there? Why did the mathematician work from home? Because he could only function in his domain? I don't get it. It's a math thing? I mean, I would assume so. Alright, let us continue on. There was some flyer about a meeting in here. Oh! We need more planks? This is way different. Trust the completionist instinct. Oh, this is amazing! This is all different! Alright, what do we got? What do we got? We need more planks. So... Okay, so this is the executive washroom, apparently. There's some sort of a fireplace, maybe? There's a third hidden option? Like in the wall, maybe? What is this? What are these drawings? I have no idea. I feel like this might be telling you where things are, but... Warehouse access plan. Produce one plank to allow ease of access past the fence. Construct a bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from the warehouse floor. What? Construct new structurally sound bridge. What? Chris. Oh no. Oh, can we get some F's in the chat for Chris? Apparently he fell to his deaths trying to get the shiny. I appreciate his dedication though. Okay, places to search. Looks like 427. Why are they laughing? So rude. Gotta collect them all. A private but smelly place for an important person. Okay, we did get that one. Near a fireplace, somewhere both red and blue. Stairs. Something to do with stairs in a large room with a lot of boxes. I like that they actually do give you some tips. Beware the false prophet. What? Is there one with like an extra large nose that's fake? Oh, that's wild. 10 steps to successful workplace investigation. Decide whether to investigate. If necessary, take immediate action. Choose an investigator. Plan the investigation. Conduct interviews. Gather documents, clues / evidence. Evaluate documents / clues / evidence. Take action. Document. Print list. Wait, how did you do the tiny F in the chat? What? There will be a reward for finding them all. Stop kidding yourselves. I want them so much. I want to go home. Lies! Who are you? 666 lol. There will be cleaning of this wall required. That's amazing. Okay. Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless. Weird spinning figures, ideas. What do they want? How many are there? Can we sell them? So is this the company trying to market these? Maybe we are the collectibles. Oh no. How can we find them? Bottom text. Well, we know small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo. And then it cut off. Agenda. How can you tell you've spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? That is a very good question. Fig lays? Fig lays. What's a fig lay? A red room? Good luck. So many different Fs. Wow. Okay, what did I miss the first reading? Hold on. Figures of Stanley, Figley. I see. There are so many questions. There is no memo from management. Does management even know? We don't know. Okay. I think we are good to go. Do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and communication are of great importance during this unprecedented time of investigation.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet simply because I have no remaining stickers.
But...
if I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
No stickers? That's a shame, really. Is there nothing else in here? Is this it? There's nothing new? I mean, the bit about the broom closet being jealous was pretty good. Alright, let's keep on keeping on, shall we?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay. Do a quick check. To be rich? Is it a crime? To commit crimes? Isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. What? Okay. I don't want to go in there yet. Can I go in here? I can. This is a red sort of room, isn't it? I don't think there's anything in here, though. Does anything change if I use the bucket in here? Da, da, da. Ba, 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 ba. Da, ba, ba, da, ba, ba. Da, 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 da. Rest of the stream is just gonna be us chilling in this elevator. Okay, that's a lie. I'm out of here. I guess let's continue on.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of
Wait,
hours,
was it?
did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
Okay, there we go.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
420. I mean, we
Was
can
the
try.
bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, so we're gonna do the elevator thing. We're gonna go up and down a lot. Like a lot, until we get this ending. I'm actually curious. It's kind of interesting that you play the same game, but you just do something different, or the reactions are different.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
3?
The bucket said nothing.
Was there something intriguing about the number 3? What? Is there actually something different?
Here we
Hold
are,
up.
said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
Okay, this is different.
Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley
being
looked
mocked?
expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket?
There's
as
a
it was to
bucket now.
him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Apparently, 3 is not the right number.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
I mean, okay, if the voice actor understood the game, which, judging by their performance, I would say they very much did, this was probably an absolutely hilarious time for them. Like, it was probably great fun to work on it. You know?
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
This thing with the bucket, where the bucket is maybe sentient, I really feel like this is more like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, weirdly. Alright, let's go. Oh, we can't hit this again. We cannot. I guess we're hitting the number 3 then.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He
Wow, I'm
wielded
really
the
good at
number
hitting
3
this button,
like
guys.
a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3.
Wow.
Stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time,
Guys.
he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind.
Jim
Anything to let him know
has
that the
3
bucket
letters in it.
appreciated what he was doing.
Oh.
The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
What would the bucket fear? I don't know what would make it a little more pale. I mean, you're right. That's very true.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for
Always.
one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's?
It is bucket time.
Caused Stanley
Welcome.
to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there
no.
was a solution, mustn't there be?
Yes, there must. Whatever shall we do? This game is amazing so far. I just got the bucket, pretty much. So this is my first ever like playthrough, and I don't mind spoilers or a bit of help or anything like that. But yeah, this has been a wild heckin' ride so far. Let's go back up, shall we? Apparently, we need to experience the number 3
said Stanley.
again.
I know what to do.
Third
I
time's
know
the
how to
charm
fully
and all that.
express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And
Okay,
it would
so it's
be
the same
through
but
the public
different.
eye that the bucket would finally understand
Does
Stanley's
everything
work.
is a bucket count as a spoiler? No, because I don't know what that means. Okay, so we are holding a press conference
For
again.
months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until
All
it couldn't
eyes
be
on
refined a
Stanley.
single measure further.
Is
When
this
the
the
big day
same but
arrived,
just
Stanley
different?
was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
So this might be the same ending as before. I just have a bucket, so the flavor text is different. Hirm. To this stage. There's just a bunch of number 3s now. Hello. I am a fox, though, not a cat, yeah. But welcome. I mean, although technically a fox is like a cat with dog hardware, right? So, it's close enough. It's good.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over.
I'm on the edge of my
opportunity
seat.
to share
Will
a
we win
true
the bucket
connection
over?
with a loved one.
Will we win the bucket over, guys? I don't know. This drama between myself, I was gonna say letter 3, but it's a number. The number 3. The drama between myself, the number 3 in the bucket. What shall we do if we cannot connect to the bucket properly? All of the notes have been replaced by the letter 3. The storyteller. 3 again. Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. You're co-workers. Is this like mini golf? Weird. Okay. I don't recall that being there before, but maybe I just did not pay attention. Are you guys ready? Are you prepared? We're gonna go out on stage and we're gonna tell the whole heckin' world about the number 3. I keep wanting to say letter 3. It's like an E backwards, right? E. Alright, let's go.
There was no one here.
It...
Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak.
Oh
to
no.
listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved,
What?
uninteresting.
What is
he was a
this?
failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less. neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference.
Wow.
There would be no more games, no more long conversations
What?
about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends.
What?
And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Why has this gotten so bleak and depressing? I thought we were supposed to have, like, a nice companion. So far, both of the endings have been awful. What the heck? It always has been. No. It wasn't supposed to be this way. The bucket was supposed to make things
All of his
better.
co-workers were gone.
What?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Another meeting today? But, like, what? I thought things were supposed to get better at this point. Like, what?
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Bah. Just joined? Welcome, welcome. So I took the elevator up and down. I don't know if you've played this game, but like we were very insistent upon sharing the joy of the number 3 with the bucket, but the bucket did not want anything to do with it, and we made a whole press conference for it. And it went rather horribly bad. The thing is, without the bucket, if you do that, you get an amazing ending. Like there's a crowd cheering. This bucket, I thought it was a good thing. It has cool stickers, but it's like, it's making
Stanley
stuff
pressed the bucket
worse.
upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
No, there's not. I just can't talk. It's fine. You don't think you've played that one? So, okay, you've gone to the elevator. No, you've gone to the boss's room, and there's an elevator that appears, right? Like you type in, what is it, 2845 on the keypad, the fireplace opens up, and there's like a big elevator, right? Well, if you go up and down the elevator like 3 times. Okay. Actually, it would be. I've gotten a lot better about public speaking, but public speaking is like the number 1 fear for a reason. And then if you psych yourself up to actually do this big speech and then nobody's there, how awful is that? And then you just have to give your speech to an empty room? Yeah. It sounds like a nightmare. But yeah,
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, apparently this is not the 3rd way. Stage fright or nobody showing up? I don't know which would be worse. Like, having stage fright is something that everybody could understand. But if there's just nobody, I don't know, man. I think that might be worse. Oh no, you got soft locked? Oh no. Heck. Okay. Okay, so we went this way. we didn't go down, I think. Let's see if we can figure out... Okay, we got this. Near a fireplace. I think there's only one fireplace, though.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
I wonder if there's more that he says. So we've been through this a couple of times, but I don't know. He didn't board up the broom closet. Is there nothing else? Aw. Hey, I appreciate that, Tiger. I really, very, very much do. Yeah. Okay, so we've
Coming to a
been
staircase,
up.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
I know what we can
office.
do. We can go down the escape path. Is this the same? It is different. Okay. Also, nothing there. Is there anything in here? We've been through all of that. Weird poster. Okay. Yeah. The escape path.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Apparently there's a figure
Crushed by
around
weight
the
of this revelation,
fireplace.
Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark? But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
I sure
Was it
did.
The bucket knew all along. Was the bucket guiding him?
Have I tried pressing
Yes,
8?
this is certainly the most logical
No?
explanation.
Like just to 8? So apparently there's supposed to be a figure around this fireplace somewhere. I don't know if there is, though. Or there's another fireplace. Anyway, let's continue on for now. I did, yeah. It didn't do anything, unfortunately. Wrong fireplace? Wait, there's more than one? Now I'm trying to remember if I saw another one.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Did I?
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Will we, though? Will we?
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
To be immature this time and realize nobody thought it was funny. Right? That would have been good.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Dun, dun, dun. I mean, we do like, endless holes, right? Is that actually what they say? Because I've entered that and it didn't say anything. Ah! We are stuck yet again. I wonder if we shall be saved by the
As the
female
machine whirred
narrator.
into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
Oh no.
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Oh no. Oh no. What?
"Farewell, Stanley," cried
Oh.
the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to
What?
death.
Okay. Okay. Wait, we live. You just made something up? How could you? I thought that would be actually in the game. Like now that I have this bit.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's
Oh,
true that
this
all
is different.
buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
But wait, but the bucket didn't get crushed though. Is this a museum for the bucket? Wait, where's my bucket? Where did it go? No. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like the bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. Well, I had it. I was walking with it. I went through the darkness, and then as soon as we popped out into the museum, it was gone. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Wow, Bucket. Really? A bit pretentious there, aren't you? We shall see, won't we?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded
Wow.
him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
What is happening? This bit with the bucket. What? It is a picture with a lot of buckets. 25 buckets. I feel like that's a little bit more than 25. What do you guys think? A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. It's like the Vitruvian Man. Am I saying that right? I don't know if I am. But it's a bucket. A bucket with 2 handles. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. So, okay, you heard it here first, guys. Never put 2 handles on a bucket. It is too dangerous and recklessly experimental. You've heard it here first. The Inferno bucket. a replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of all that, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. Oh, okay. The stress bucket analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, and lack of reassurance goes into the bucket. Vulnerability equals the size and strength of the bucket. Presented without commentary. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. Coping strategies. What is this? Okay. That's wild. Ancient things. Wow, they redid the entire museum, guys. We've got some deers drinking out of a bucket. We have, I would assume, a hole in the ceiling that's dripping water. And then they brought the bucket in to fix it. And it's fixed. Amazing. Amazing. It's funny because there was actually a war fought over control of a bucket. Wait, like in real life history, that happened. Really, really? Ah. I don't know, maybe people... I guess it's a common myth, maybe because people are tickled by the idea that somebody started a war over a bucket. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, what? Do they? Do they really? We do not know we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity worthy of its treasures. Wow. What is this way?
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one.
Indeed.
It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Okay, I guess we're just going linearly through the thing then. You ready? Ooh, it's a blue room. I want to go over there. The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitability, is for our own good. There's a big hole right there. Shall we jump in? Maybe this will be less disappointing than the infinity hole. Oh, we can get it. I thought we were going to fall in a hole. I'm actually kind of disappointed.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save...
So, okay, last time I let it get crushed. If I reset this time, that's like the opposite of what they want, right? Should I reset this? Hum, 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 hum. Hmm. There's nothing for resetting? Okay.
Save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements. If only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Everything is very, very different with the bucket. I don't know. I didn't expect it to be this bleak, dark. You know?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
I wonder if I should grab the bucket before I do that.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble
This
cause.
whole game is wild,
Perhaps 50
yeah.
clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
I'm clicking as fast as I can.
No, I'm still not feeling it. You see, now that you've gotten the bucket involved, my
Oh.
standards have gone up.
Oh.
Merely clicking a single door is no longer enough. Now, I want to see you press this bucket against multiple doors. Now, that's
Kinky.
the kind of thing that merits an achievement. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417?
And the question is, where is it? There it is.
Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
Is it just the same thing? Wait, 37, there we go.
Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love.
415, where is that? Is that through here?
Now back to door number 437.
Kiki is No, probably not.
You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
Okay, here we go. More door on bucket action.
We almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
Lewd.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430.
4, 5.
Yes, we did it!
Yeah!
Wow, that felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building.
It's true.
Or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can
Did you
say
like
they've
it, Bucket?
truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
He's proud of me. Did you hear that, guys? The narrator's proud of me. Okay, so now we need to go back. Let's see what. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of different endings. What do I want to
Stanley touched the
do
bucket tightly to his chest
now?
and
Let's
entered
see.
the door on his left.
We could go back to the mind control room. Yeah, he's only said it like twice. Very, very seldom does he say it. So, okay, we go back to the mind control center. We could maybe turn it on, or we could go down and jump over the railing and see if the song changes. That would be a good one. Let's go see if the song changes, shall we? I'm sure it won't be horrible, right? Do 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 do.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet.
There's no remaining
simply because
stickers.
I have no Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
There was something else I was going to check. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Was it this? Yes, there we go.
Stepping...
Oh. I lied. Apparently we can still go in here, though. Suggested I press 8. I mean, I could have, except that I jacked it up. We'll have to do it again, I guess. There's a lot more that you can do in all of these. Can I go down here? This door is now closed. Okay. And now we go back. This does nothing. This does nothing. It's really weird seeing it from this side. I'm used to following the path the other way, right? I hear a clock. There it is. Okay, I think we did everything. I think the only thing that changes is, yeah, this door. Yeah. Alright, what do we got? Okay, so this was the, I vaguely remember this ending. It was whelming, I think. Escape. So we need to walk up the stairs a couple of times. It's really weird that there's not, like, any narration, you know? Well, let's go climb some stairs, shall we? I think there might be one of the trophies that we need to collect in here somewhere. Maybe. Let's make sure we click on everything. Just to make sure that we get our collectible. I mean, these are a lot of stairs. I feel like probably there might be a collectible here somewhere, right? Mayhaps? Yeah, it's really weird. There's nothing. It just, I don't know if I broke it or if you're just supposed to walk, like, in silence. It's a bit unnerving. Speak to me, narrator. What did I do? Okay, we are almost up to floor 760, and then perhaps we shall see something new. I haven't seen any sign of a figure anywhere. Hum, 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 hum. Is this it? I guess, yeah, I suppose so. This is new, though. What? Shh. Don't cry, Bucket. It'll be okay. We'll see each other again someday. Am I launching the bucket into space? Bro, we can both fit in there. There's plenty of room. What? I don't recall this being in the original game. What? Like, we walked through the door, and it was dark, and that was it. That was it. There was nothing else. Why is there paper everywhere?
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
He hoped he would one day see weather. Why is there paper everywhere? Ah. Okay, that was the final computer thing. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome.
Oh, please. Are you really
Okay,
just
so
doing
just-
this for the achievement?
It just does that
Click
every
the door
time.
5
Okay.
times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind
Wait.
of effort that warrants recognition.
Wait. Our bucket is gone. We really did send it into space. What am I supposed to do now? I don't even know. Do I do the game normally? What? What am I supposed to do? I don't have a bucket. Guys, I'm gonna panic. I don't have my reassurance bucket. My bucket. My bucket, no.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
There's a new door or something else? Yeah. Perhaps it's in the outside world? Hello and welcome. Yeah, this game, it's hard enough to keep track of what you've done and what you haven't, and now I don't have a bucket. Eh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I mean, it might be different now, but like, what if it isn't? But what if it is? I don't even know. I need to sneeze. Sorry. Okay. Okay, we did something with the bucket, so maybe we should continue with the normal plot? Because, like, there's papers all over the ground. Maybe something will be different? Maybe? This is the same.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
So without the bucket, this is the same.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
But the bucket. I am panicking without my bucket. I was specifically streaming today so that I could have my bucket, but now it's gone. What am I supposed to do? I guess let's keep on
Stepping
keeping
into his
on.
manager's office,
Maybe I
Stanley
can
was
find
once again
something else to
stunned
do.
to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I mean, I guess we could... Oh, hey, there's this thing.
Another miniature Stanley figurine.
Yay!
This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that.
Stanlerines?
Another Stanlerine under your belt.
All of you guys are different colors for me, actually. Oh. Yum, 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 yum. I'm very disappointed. I really thought there would be something different. Okay, I think this will be the last time we go through this, maybe?
Stanley
now.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I feel like I missed something. Or like there's something that's not... I didn't
Lights
do
rose on
something
an
right, I
enormous
feel
room
like.
packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Because this is just the base game. So let's actually go listen to the song again, why not? I should be able to get up and over the railing, right? Yeah. There we go. Yeah!
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content?
Let's hear the song.
More
Let's hear it.
Content, more content, more. And
More.
I'm here to give it to you.
More.
I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this?
More.
We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are.
Aw.
We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Excellent.
Good job. You did it.
We did it!
Good job. 3,
2, 1.
Good job. You
We made it, guys. We did it.
Control facility.
I don't know why there's papers on the floor and no bucket.
Careful, you should have been careful. It used to
I'm really
be a
wondering
bug,
if
but
I
now
mess
it's
something up
empty.
and now we
it's
don't have a
empty.
bucket anymore.
I believe
You know?
in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. The railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Nothing's buggy
Good
right
job,
now?
you did
Okay.
it. Good
So,
job,
do
you
I just
did
have
it.
to be without my bucket for a while, or will it be back? It's deeply unsettling. Okay.
My God, the bumpscosity in here is absolutely overwhelming.
Bumpscosity?
You people
Wow.
have got to be nuts. How can you stand this much bumpscosity?
What does it do? Explain yourself, narrator. What does it do? The rocket departing just causes a mess? Ah, okay. Replacement bucket? What? So this isn't the original bucket?
And try not to lose this one too. you dolt.
So the other one did escape.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office.
Wow, wow, wow.
Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Wow. All right, this time we're going to go not where he tells us to go. Look, we
Stanley
gotta have
clutched
the bucket.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You say entered the door on his left, but we're not gonna do that.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Sure is
But
not.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Oh, the bucket wants to go to the employee lounge, you say? Shall we?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself.
Yes.
Yes, perhaps it truly was. How
Look at this
insightful the
lush
bucket
blue
turned out to
carpeting.
be.
Look at this beautiful display of cold drinks. Excuse me. Apparently my voice is...
Truly, being here with the bucket
Cracking.
was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together.
Oh,
First,
yes.
walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey.
The
bucket
arriving
had
at the lounge.
inspired.
That was the best part. So snarky, narrator.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Can a bucket not feel at home anywhere else? I'm sure something
Stanley
else could
decided
fill
to
it up.
just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Oh no, am I going to get jealous of the connection between the lounge and the bucket? I thought this bucket was supposed to be mine. Will there be another voice line? I feel like maybe not. Shall we carry on then?
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
You'd think that, but we are not going there.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go
No.
to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Is he putting words in the bucket's mouth now? Well, now I'm not doing it. We're gonna go to the vent. There's a thing. Oh, they built a bridge. Splendid.
I'm going back
Yeah.
to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
Chris died for this
what
bridge.
Name better
He did.
encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me
Honestly,
see.
it does make me very
I'm
happy.
sure it
I don't
will
know what
come
that
to
says
me.
about me. I don't see Chris anywhere, so I guess they did clean that up. Shall we go eventing? What? I'm definitely one of those people that I like to see everything, and I like to collect everything in games if I can. It's a valuable part of the game for me because I enjoy it. That's fair. That's true. That's fair. Also, hello. Welcome, welcome. There's nothing? Last time there was a bunch of narration and stuff. Is that not happening this time? No? Nyanny?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know.
What?
I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
These buckets are sounding a bit
Why everything
terrifying.
feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes.
Oh no. Oh.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
Wow.
This
This took
my
a
golden
dark
ticket.
turn.
But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Camporata.
What? 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 Gamborata. What? But the bucket! It calls to me so... I wish I could grab the bucket and then come back in here, if I'm honest. Because I already know what this does. Hello? What happens if I grab this?
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Yeah. Hello?
Hey Stanley, it's me. Just calling to let you know that you left your bucket at home. Silly. It's okay. I'm off to pick
What?
up groceries soon, so I could swing by your work and drop the bucket off at... Oh, wait a minute. This isn't your bucket. Wait, whose bucket is this?
What?
Well, if it doesn't belong to anyone else, I guess I could just, keep it.
Bucket
Yeah, I
thief!
really like to hang out with this bucket for a while.
Also, who are you?
Oh,
Why are
sorry,
you
what
not
was I
calling
saying?
my office?
Oh, yeah, have a nice day at work. I'll be here at home with my bucket. Bye, Stanley.
Wow, she adopted that bucket super fast. Oh, apparently I can still go in here with my bucket. Yeah, why? Okay, a few questions. Why did they not call my phone and they called someone else's? Very weird. But also, let's see what happens when I do this. We have our bucket, and we've gone to heaven. This might just be kind of it. Is this it? It bugs me so much that you can't turn all of these off. They turn back on after a while. I wish you could turn them all off. I don't know if anything would happen if you did, but, like... Yeah, they could have, yeah. I know, right? I wish I could pop all of the bubble wraps, though. But no, I'm stuck without. Anyway, so this, I don't think this does anything different. So this ending, it is not different. The buttons are pleasing, but let's restart. Let's try again. We'll go elsewhere. Oh. Wait. What? That's different? What? What? Hello? Nyani?
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
So yeah, closing the office door with the bucket would be a thing. Going out the window with the bucket. We'll do those also, but we just got a new thing from that.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No, I'm not going to.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
Have I tried
Yes,
downstairs
Stanley
with the
thought to
bucket?
himself.
I have not.
Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley
We could
took
go
the door
down
on
the
his
stairs.
left to go back to the meeting room.
We haven't been through here. Let's go through here,
And
shall
so
we?
the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Did we, though? Did we? No, I think we're gonna just go wherever the heck we want.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I
Are you?
knew you'd find this place eventually.
What? What is this? What?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
I mean, I really
We
do,
could make
actually.
The Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
I mean, I liked the Adventure Line. I liked the Adventure Line quite a lot. Creepy baby, my fake wife, my computer, the pencil sharpener. Oh, pff. No, nothing. But we could come into. Okay, okay. Well, let's follow the line, shall we? Can I go in the fire? Wait, this is another fireplace, isn't it? Is there a figure around here? I don't think so. But it is another fireplace. Close the door. There's a stunning silence from the narrator. I don't think this does anything. I think we're following the Adventure Line right now. I know, right? It's weird when there's not narration for things.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yeah! This silly adventure music. All right. This might be a little bit loud, though. Let's turn it down a touch. We going on an adventure, everybody. Da, 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 da. Ba, 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 da, ba, 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 ba.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about.
Bring it back!
Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
What is this? Eh? Give something up? He's not gonna make me drop my bucket, is he? What is this? What is this? Eh? We are descending into the depths. Where exactly am I? How did I get here? What am I doing?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
What?
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
What?
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
What? No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
How
Go
terrible.
ahead now, Stanley.
No.
Say goodbye to the
What?
bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're
What?
ready.
Why? But why?
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the
I
bucket.
don't want to.
I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
That doesn't sound very like a
Sure,
very
I can
fleshed
hear you
out
saying,
character to me.
How does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I'm a fan. I don't want to crush my bucket. I'm not doing it. Oh. I'm a bit in the way.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential.
Oh,
we were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here.
Wow.
You were magnificent.
Wow, really? What? What is this game? They staged an intermission, like a thing for me, and I didn't even take it.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
It's a bit weird.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So, okay, so I kind of want to go back and see what happens if I put the bucket into the thing, right? But at the same time, I kind of don't. I don't know. I mean, I guess we can see what happens if I put the bucket in the thing. I can't put it in there? Really? Not at all? Oh, I gotta figure it out now. Hold on.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Nope.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door
Unplug the phone with the bucket. There's so many options in this game. Like, I want to see them all, right? I gotta check. I gotta check. I want to know. My curiosity. My curiosity's piqued. I must know. Also, we can go on an adventure with the Adventure Line again.
Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's
the Fern,
what
and the
fans
Fern
want
is
from a
here.
sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it.
This bucket is still amazing.
Don't you want
Let's go.
another story involving the Adventure
Come on,
Line?
come on.
We
Yeah,
can make
I do.
the
Let's go,
Adventure
let's go,
Line
let's go.
somewhere new. Yes,
Go.
that's what the... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yeah.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you
I did
remember
actually
all
really
those
like
great
that.
jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans,
Declined.
Stanley. Let's give them more content.
Is that a pun
exactly
about
like
the
this.
Adventure Line?
But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
All right, let's see if we can do it.
We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
It has a deep loathing for buckets. A
Can you
bucket
guess what the bucket
jammed
destroyer
its
does?
mother.
Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
I can rotate the bucket toward me?
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what
Can
the
I
bucket destroyer will
not?
do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular
I'm really
personality
trying.
trait. Sure,
I can't
saying,
really
how
do
does a
anything.
character with only one personality trait
I
deserve to
really
join
can't get rid
pantheon
of the
beloved
bucket.
Stanley Parable
I'm
characters?
trying.
Well, you see, if you were to really
No,
explore
no,
the bucket
let me-
destroyer,
bucket,
you'd see
please.
that its desire
We gotta
to crush
let
buckets
go.
is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about?
I cannot
The broom
throw it
closet?
in.
Certainly not. I wonder what sort of bucket destroyer
Wow.
merchandise the fans will be clamoring for
I just
after
pull it
this.
a little closer to me.
Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure
Wow.
Line or the
Wow,
Bucket
wow.
Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to
And
do
now,
such marvelous things
the
with
Bucket
you. Tell
Destroyer will go to
spellbinding
button heaven,
stories about you,
and
all of
they
it
will
squandered now.
press the buttons
Goodbye, new friend.
forevermore,
For the
and they will
moment
be
in time that
satisfied.
You were here. You were
Shocked.
magnificent.
Right? So shocked. Well, not really. Fare thee well, Bucket Destroyer. Buckets have become too powerful. They're going to take over the earth.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's insulting Borderlands? Probably not. Bucket.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed
Yeah.
bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Yay. Wait, why is the floor covered in paper again? Okay, so we launched the rocket. I don't think this is supposed to be how that goes. No new content.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
All right, let's go with the
This was
phone.
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Do, 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 do.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never
Nope.
mind.
Nope.
The bucket was wrong.
Nope. Nope.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the
Nope.
meeting room.
Nope.
No,
Nope.
Said the bucket.
No.
don't go to the meeting room.
Don't
Go
go
somewhere
to-
else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Can actually get up on these boxes now. Okay, so we've been through the vent. So we want to go, I guess, this way. Answering the phone in the first office drops a lot of papers on the floor. Ah, okay.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
The
Stanley
bucket.
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly
Lies.
convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I super didn't, actually.
No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
I think we were pretty clear on what is and isn't a bucket. That's very dark and spooky. Do we have to? You unsoft locked yourself? Excellent, excellent. Well, I guess let's step into this thing. Oh, are we going to the movies? Oh.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
I think we're on a game show, guys.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect.
What?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes. What?
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a
What?
bucket, not an actual bucket.
What? Am I a bucket? I don't know. Maybe we're all buckets.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct.
Yay!
This is a bucket.
We got one. We're still having a failing grade, but there we are.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
This looks like a tractor. I'm gonna say no. Ha!
This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay.
No, thank you. They don't call the cabin of...
Is this a bucket?
What? No, it's a tractor. What?
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
How? How is that a bucket? The cabin of such a tractor is a bucket? What?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both.
What?
Gotcha.
It's both what? It's both what? What?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley.
The
Do you
whole
believe
world
that
is a
nothing
bucket.
Is a bucket?
Everything is a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even say that. I've lost all sense
I confused him.
of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
He actually asked.
Stanley,
Are you a bucket?
I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
Oh, no.
I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game and...
Oh, no.
Okay, here we go.
Oh.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, Was everything a bucket?
Everything was
Every
a
single
bucket.
thing in the game was a bucket. My God, I had no idea.
The real
How could-
bucket was the friends we made
except
along the
me.
way. Exactly.
I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now.
I
It's
thought he was a
delightful
bucket.
to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Yeah,
And
put back
we'll
the
know
buckets.
that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right,
The buckets.
here we go.
The buckets have taken over. Also, where's the tractor? Right? You've never seen when the game ends? Well, the end isn't the end. And the end isn't really the end. Which, I don't say that, like, flippantly. It's just, that's like a line from the game. It constantly resets, and...
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing?
The narrator's unreliable. To be fair, though, like, one of them was a tractor, but one of them was a bucket, so... I mean, technically everything was a bucket, so I guess we're all just gonna be confused. The end is loading. Wow. Okay, what do I want to do? We want to grab the bucket, and we want to...
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Okay, so at this point, go back to the office.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We didn't do the mind control stuff with the bucket. Let's go back. Yeah. We shall see. Also, we got some more. Something both red and blue. We haven't been there yet. Stairs? Something to do with stairs? I don't know. I thought I went someplace with a bunch of stairs, but maybe not. We could
Coming to a
go...
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Yeah, we haven't gone down. We haven't turned the mind control back on. We haven't jumped over the railing. We did do the escape thing. And what else was there? I think if we go into the boss's office, we're gonna try hitting 8 with the bucket. Yeah, we do need to do the window, too. Let's go down the stairs this time, shall we? It's another one of these. You're getting
Yeah.
close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of
Yeah.
the Figler and Marines. Very
Yeah.
soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
How
We'll
splendid.
be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them.
Oh, yes.
And now we have them all.
Oh, yes.
You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
I can't remember a time when I didn't have this collection of figures.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All
Why
because
indeed?
He believed everyone had vanished? His boss
Shocking.
would think he was crazy. And
Oh,
then
no.
something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort.
Oh no.
And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
Is this somebody
Someone
else's bucket?
perhaps. How did I end up with
Oh,
someone
no.
else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong.
But it has the
Surely
sticker
no
and
good
everything.
would come from this. Who knows
Where
what
did my
sorts
bucket
of bizarre
go?
hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed,
Oh
now
no.
he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very
I mean,
odd.
it is very odd.
And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh,
Ah.
gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it.
Oh,
Far
no.
off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's
The
me!
bucket?
The
It's in the
bucket.
distance? Is
Could it
it?
truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None
I've
of them
seen
were his
no
special
buckets.
bucket.
Come to me, Stanley.
They're there.
Find me.
Oh my
He had
gosh.
to find the bucket. He had
How's
to
this-
return to his old
how's this
friend.
gotten
It was the only
worse?
way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from.
Is it on his head?
The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled
What?
over in agony and blacked out.
What? He ate the bucket?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Yeah?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security,
What?
and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day,
She
her
has a
walk was
bucket.
interrupted
Wow.
by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was.
What?
This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket
If
with him.
only he had had the
Perhaps
bucket.
he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of
Wow.
course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to
A
work.
backflipped all the way to work. What? Wow. Wow, wow. All right. That was a thing. I guess.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, what do I want to do now? How big of a combo did she get at the end of all the backflipping? At least 12. Yeah.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
What do I want to do? Let's see, we have a lot of the... Let's see, if we go through here, we do have a lot of the options left. I think we still had some...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Was there anything... Okay, there's the mind control thing on the left side. I kind of want to go to the right side though. Maybe let's ride the lift all the way up this time, huh?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I mean, I think being able to do 12 backflips would be an S rank. I can't do one.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
I mean,
No.
My
Never mind.
backflips
The bucket was
are
wrong.
so incredible that they
Stanley
would
took the
take me
door on
straight
his
to the
left To
hospital.
go back to the meeting room.
Anyway, let's carry on, and we're gonna go
No,
answer a phone.
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go
No.
somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly
It's
did
an
whatever the
E-or?
bucket asked.
Oh yeah, we're not doing it for her anymore. We're doing it for the bucket.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Do I want to though? I mean, I guess.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
I still haven't tried breaking out of the window, yeah. Wow. You know what? Let's unplug the phone, why not?
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying
Rebellion.
to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets
not?
can't talk.
It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
I don't get the joke.
Don't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a
What?
look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does
Comedic
it work?
timing.
How long should it last?
There's
How can
actually
it
a
be used
video.
to effectively silence your political enemies?
What?
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees
What?
Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the
What?
optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
Is
To begin
it?
the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny
I'm Dunny with the funny."
now.
Wow. Wow.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy.
Wow.
Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard
Surveys.
data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times. Just
Wow.
to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random.
Wow.
And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Eh? What?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that
Are
in mind,
they?
I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the 2 doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
No. Okay. Wow. That was a heckin' ride. What was that? Can we just... Okay, so this video, you have to have your arm raised, which is weird already, but then you also have to, like, give a dissertation about the joke itself, and then you actually tell the joke, and then you give a survey, multiple surveys, about the joke. It takes place after the alien apocalypse. Maybe this is why this feels so surreal and dreamlike. We are in the Matrix. I never did answer the phone. No. We unplugged it. Okay. We have a gate now. It's all quiet.
This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking
Not
bucket,
the
you'll say. How
alien
ridiculous.
apocalypse?
How
Just
absurd.
an...
What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now.
Better work on
Well,
the
I wouldn't be
model
the king of
rigging?
comedy, that's for sure.
Why?
The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Did my model do something weird? I don't think it did. There's an alien apocalypse. Oh, I see. I got you. I'll have to work on it. That way I'll actually be funny for you guys. Yes, we gotta remember to say, I'm Dunny with the funny. Where am I going exactly? I have no idea. Here? Sure.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Did I, though? Did I? Ooh. It's different.
What? We're back at the phone already?
Oh.
No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point.
Oh.
A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing.
Oh, no.
I'm not even the
Oh,
lowliest
jeez.
joke-telling whelp.
Wow.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video.
Oh, no, we don't have to watch it again, do we?
Surely that will help me.
No,
improve
don't. No, don't. No, stop. Oh, no.
Here we go.
Oh.
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Yeah, ready?
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Okay.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Do I want to go that way? No, I think we need to test. I think we need to test if this is the same every time. Don't we?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Markiplier's playthrough of it. There's a bunch of screaming and roaring. Eh? Did he play the Stanley Parable? I guess let's go this way?
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
What?
Did
So
you not even look at the
picky!
instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done.
What?
The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
What?
I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley?
What?
Are you proud?
What?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yeah. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale? What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing
He
guitar.
did forget to say that he was Johnny with the funny.
No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Alright guys, I think it is time for me to end my stream for today. I think it is time for me to be Dunny with the funny, as it were. It is food time for me. I don't know what I'm going to be playing on Friday. I might be doing an art. I might be playing a game. I have no idea. Thank you. The frog? That is the Wednesday frog. He only appears on Wednesdays. There was something on the computer? Yeah, that takes us to heaven, which is just buttons that we press a lot. We have been there. It's actually extremely unsatisfying because the buttons do not say stay pressed. Ah! Hey, thank you for the puffer fish. What is TBG? The beginner's guide? I don't know what that is. But yeah, so, yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Hey, Hermie, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that very much. We have a new strem goal. I would like to get up to 1,500 followers. So yeah, any and all help with that? Much appreciated. Kind of the same feel? We'll see. But yeah, I think I'll end the stream here for today. Oh, you've fallen into my trap. Terrain 2, thank you so much for the follow. I very much appreciate it, especially after the spiel I just gave. But yeah, okay, so I'm going to end the stream here for today. The next stream is actually going to be on Friday. It'll be 4 hours ago on Friday is when I'll start, if that makes sense. So whatever time it is for you, subtract 4 hours, that's when I start. And then, check below the stream for links to my art and the game and my Discord and my YouTubes, all of those good things. Yeah, have an excellent rest of your day, everybody. We're gonna do a raid before I sign off, but yeah, I'm waving, but you can't see it. It's kind of disappointing. Anyway, I will see you all later. Have an excellent rest of your day, week, all of that good thing, and yeah, bye.